Welcome to the TimberBuilds show. Let all this load up real quick, make sure everything's working. There we go. Switch. There we go. Lude first on both. Where's the world going? What's up, Roy? Welcome in. Lude as well, even though we've already been talking. Also, thank you for Big Colt for the sub 3 hours ago. Crazy. Love it. Love to see it. Here lurking whilst in a meeting. I like it. That's my kind of meeting. How's everybody doing tonight? Welcome in, Savage. How's it going? Hope everyone is having a wonderful day. It's been a long one for me. Agenda for tonight. We build. Training my horse girls. What? Where's my... Yeah. I love when I open applications and don't actually do them. Duh. What a goober. What does that mean? Training your horse girls? Like real life? Real life horse girls? Base looks amazing. Thank you, Savage. Appreciate it, man. I'm having fun with it, and I think it's going to get even crazier. Well, I know it's going to get crazier. The inside, we have a ton of work to do still in terms of decorations, but functionally, we're about where I want it to be. The outside, though, going to get nuts. Those of you who weren't necessarily here last stream, let's kill this spider. For those of you who weren't here last stream or didn't potentially watch the stream afterwards, last night during stream, we got the entire outside setup. Now, there's a little bit of funkiness that I still got to do, but we got 360 degrees around the base set up. It took like 3.5, 4 hours almost, but we did it. We're good. I got this side lined up a little bit better after stream as well, or I guess that was a little bit of today. It's at an acceptable position now. I'm feeling real good about it. It was worth the wait. I appreciate everyone bearing with my perfectionism in placing it, because I know it was unbearable at times watching me just do the same thing over and over again relentlessly. But it was good. It was good. The gotcha game that came out. Ah! I was like, my wife would love a horse.
Buggy gotta work on their cardio.
If we could afford things like that. Like land and all those things. What's up, Josue? But Lude, I think mostly exterior. I think we'll probably jump into the inside a little bit too, but I need to like think through the inside a little bit more. Where right now the outside is just a blank canvas for us to just enjoy. And I'm pretty excited about it. I wasn't really sure how I was going to do all of this, and then I don't know what came over me last stream and wanting to do all of that off-grid placement, because my brain was not planning on that when we started stream. That was not at all the plan. And then we did it. For some crazy reason. No clue why. But we'll see. I live in Kentucky, so you could say I've seen a horse or two. Yes. I've seen a horse or two, I just don't own them. one of my dad's best friends, or good friends, that lives down the road from him, has 3 horses, 5 cows, 3 goats, chickens, and they're planning on getting more stuff, so get to go visit a farm. And then my wife's dad sort of had a farm for a little while. It was more of like a small property with like a cat lodge on it. Super random business. It's pretty amazing how well a kitty lodge does in terms of making money. And so they owned like 10 or 11 goats. They had 20-something chickens. And then they let people rent the pasture for horses. So there was always like 2 or 3 horses at the place too. And then he decided to sell it to get a less high maintenance property. And now he's doing the same thing at this next place too, so. That didn't work out. Somehow they always end up with just random things. I hate goats. They are buttholes. They are. They're hilarious, but they are the worst at the same time. It's just like a giggling group of morons. Alright, let's make it day. Question, will your exterior wall anchor into the structure of the lamppost, or will you need to keep up the scaffolding? I believe this is a theory, not precision. I believe it will anchor in as we continue building. No guarantees, though. The more you build, the better it gets, so it just takes some time. Is it? Why is my shield not pulling out? Where's my shield?
Feeling better.
And bonk. Getting the spear mutation, but I'm not a fan of it so far. The spears feel so much worse than the first game because they have 3-hit combos now, and so you can't just like poke everything. It feels really bad. But I do like that I feel like a Spartan. Boom, boom, boom. So that part's cool. But yeah, I'm pretty sure as we continue to build this up and out, that we'll be able to remove these, because most of them are not being supported by the scaffolding. It's just a few of the random ones are being silly. And I deleted a couple of them at one point, and it wasn't actually supporting anything. So I think it will be fine as we continue to build, but it's going to take some work. This is Sparta! Yeah. It does feel cool with the Founder's armor set on it. That's the only part that I like about the spear so far. Other than that, it's hot garbage.
Man,
So much worse than the mage set. Mage is so much better. What's up, Chad? Welcome in. Hope you're doing good tonight.
We could bottle that
Need
up.
some
Make
water.
it go.
What color should we make these? What light? There we go. Didn't know if you could anchor it down below what you have built now, or if it would just be like, can't build here. I think I can. It was a little finicky. I was kind of trying to mess with like foundations or something, and it was being testy. So I was kind of like, oh, we could just put some like foundations around the edge, but it doesn't like this part. So we'd have to kind of build it out maybe, which I partially don't love. Is part of the reason I'm not really messing with this yet. So we could do something like that, but I mean, that looks trash. Timber? Bruh? Personal space. That's why I was also thinking about maybe like building out something like this. Kind of messing with just a wee bit. And then this is something that we could kind of ground everything to, which would also work. But yeah, as soon as stuff touches the ground, it's usually fine. Purple for berries. I don't disagree. But what about red for ligma berries? What did you think about that? I feel like this game's combat build potential is lower than the first. It's more streamlined, which is great in its own way, but feels like there's less room to create. I think it feels limiting right now, because I feel like the last game was just pick the weapons that do the most damage and then go for it. Like, it was more about weapons, whereas this feels like you're building an armor and a class around it, but we don't have enough of the rest of the game yet to have it feel really good, if that makes sense. So I think, I agree it does feel more limiting than the first game, but I think that's very temporary. I think as we get more armor sets and weapons, it's going to feel better and better as we go. Do you think we will have to start new worlds for each update, or will we be able to continue the same playthrough? You'll be able to continue the same playthrough, for sure. That is how they did the first game through early access as well. Avoxia, I don't know what I've been doing with my life. Oop, what is happening? Just ligma. Wouldn't you just ligma berries? What's up, Jeremy? Welcome in, man. That would make for a cool bottom design as well, too. Yeah, I think so. Hope I'm having a good night. I am. I'm trying to bring the energy tonight. It's been a long day. Long freaking day, man. Need to increase the follow distance of the buggies? Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to get that. Yeah, I've been saying ligma berries this whole time, and I don't know why I didn't follow through. We love you, man. Love you too, Knife. Hope you're doing good, man. Welcome in. You're here so early. Yeah, because I want, like, the entrances. I like this little design thing, and I'm going to keep kind of poking things up and doing weird whatever designs that we come up with, whatever we want to call that. And then I think the other sides probably want to feel different at the end of the day, because like that's an entrance, so then the other entrance will probably feel similar, and then we'll leave everything else kind of unique and different. But this also poses some issues because I don't think it's gonna love me doing some of this stuff. This pine cones placement is not ideal, but actually, it may not even matter. We're good. What? Stab this rock till I get you. He's in there. This rock is notorious. Everything just sits inside of it. Good morning, Smokey. Welcome in. I would say good night. It's 7 o'clock here. Where are you from, Smokey? If it's morning there. My work schedule is changing. I now must wake at 4 a.m. That sounds horrible. That sounds like my worst nightmare. I hate getting up early. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I got my mom's habits. So, like, my mom is up until, like, 2 every night. And my dad is asleep at 9 every night. And he's up at 6. Like, I wish I had the ability. He just naturally wakes up at 6. I'm like, you couldn't... The only reason I'm getting up at 6 is to go, like, skiing or mountain biking. You ain't getting me up early for... Or golf. You're not getting me up early for anything else. If you would follow the same designs for the entrances, though, it would create, like, an awning for the entrances. What do you mean? A creature of the night. Yeah, that's gonna suck. How are you going to implement zip lines into the build? I think we're going to be so far down the road that zip lines won't even matter. Honestly. At the end of the day, I'm not really... I mean, I think it's going to be almost a year. I guess we've been in a month or so now. So I wouldn't necessarily say a year, but... zip lines are a long ways out, so I'm not necessarily planning for them at the moment. But... seeing as we're building this up really high, Ludorav wants me to go all the way to the top of the lamppost, which maybe at some point we'll be brave enough to do that. But it's possible that, I don't know, we build something like way up there eventually. As of right now, I have no plans for ziplines, just because planning for something like that could drastically change. Because if we do get zip lines, I have a feeling they're not going to be exactly like Grounded 1. I think they'll find a way to change them and adjust them a little bit to make it feel less competitive with the buggies. Because the whole reason for the buggies is to traverse this park. So zip lines become a redundant form of transportation, sort of. So I'm not sure. Hard one to answer, I guess. Where are you on the map? This is the lamppost next to the picnic table. Hope ladybugs are more than just turret bugs and are tanks for solos. Yeah, I think it's going to be like a tank. It's going to be a tank that is probably geared slightly more towards multiplayer, but I guarantee the devs definitely know that the majority of players play solo. And so I'd be surprised if they focus fully on multiplayer, but I think it would be a missed opportunity not to do something multiplayer based for the buggies. I have a feeling they're going to be like a battering ram. They're just going to go ham. I would wake you up early for Grounded.
A fine piece of handiwork, Mr. Smalls.
Oh. Okay. Did anyone notice how his voice sounded totally different? They, like, fully committed to this whole thing. Like, when you have the roach mask on, I'm kind of messing with the roach set tonight. You actually have, like, a mask on. And you actually sound like you're talking with a mask on. It's kind of cool. Because it's low around the edges, but the entrances are at a lower point, that design would essentially create an awning over the top of the entrance for when you walk in. What design? Is it this thing? Like, you're saying like this? I'm guessing? Interesting. I'll have to think about it. I'm not totally sure. I mean, I guess we could always move everything out, too. And we're already kind of doing this. Could, like, put that there and move everything up one, too, as well. Be kind of interesting. That would also make this not... I'd have to mess with it. Not totally sure. What's up, Grim? Welcome in. It would be cool to be able to use the zip lines to haul materials. That part of it would be is a really good one, honestly. That is probably the biggest use. But at the same time, the ants could get to the point where they could hold 100. Like if our character in Grounded 1 could hold 100 weed stems, it's very possible that the ants could end up being able to hold 100 after they get mutations and upgrades and all that stuff. So there's a lot of speculation. It's hard to say exactly what they're going to be planning. And you could do some wild arch entrance design to walk into. That would also be interesting. Nice snooter, dude. We have to find a weevil. I don't know how to actually make him say those lines if it's just totally random. Why won't the clover gable fit exactly over the curved window part? Can you try it? Clover gable. Are you saying like peaked? Curved window. Let's see. So like any of the curved windows, I'm assuming? What do you mean by gable? I'm assuming you're saying that, right? You leave that there and bring the awning out beyond that. Gives it a grand entrance. We'll have to mess with it. There's potential in what you're saying. I'm just trying to see the vision in my head. See the Black Ox Beetles being able to carry all four, one driver, one on each side, and one at the rear. Honestly, like, that would be a great use for that big of a bug. No, Ludorev, you go crazy. Since you can't build, you have to live vicariously through me, man. You have no choice. Ants and other buggies. Pulling a large cart. That'd be an interesting one. Buggies are crazy. There's just so much stuff you can do with them. Like, if they're willing to say, like, you can put a turret on top of a ladybug, like, they don't care at this point. They're like, we're going crazy and we're going to have fun. Which is very cool. I'm a big fan of having fun with it. Is it even in the game? I haven't heard him say that once. I guess maybe my brain is remembering just Grounded 1 max, because that's what I played in the first one, so it's very possible. What? Ugh. I'm gonna get better at placing these the direction I actually want them. That window. Clover gable on the bottom of the roof wheel. Let's see. Oh, this? What do you... I guess what are you trying to do with it? I guess I'm not understanding if I'm looking at the right thing. What's up, Gizmy? Welcome in. You're not late. You've only been streaming for 20 minutes. Barely started. You're good. Goated voice line. I mean, it's possible we get more as well, honestly. We're early access, you know? There's potential for anything and everything. I want to utilize this. I'm not sure how yet. Hey, get out of the way. Do we need to use the other side so it stands out a little more? Oh, come on. That also looks nice. Then we can start putting some triangles and stuff. Actually, that's kind of cool too. I don't know what that is, but it's cool. Slurp the core. Straight over the window like an overhang, like a gable should. I mean, they're not really meant to be used with the curved walls, so I'm not really sure how they would be meant to interact, I guess. I guess I don't really know mentally. I'd have to mess with it to like... Are you just saying you want it to like overhang? Because you could just use like these. It's the unfortunate part of... You'll always have like limited sizing. You can't get too small or you just break the whole grid. Sort of like the same concept of Minecraft is you're stuck with the scale of what you're working with. And if you try to reduce the size of things, then it's like kind of gets tough. I made a thing. We did it. Call it a night. We did it. See the potential for that triangle design? Yeah, there's something interesting here. This is what I was really interested in as we started stepping backwards. I think it'll be really cool, but I want depth. We need to figure out how to do depth. There's an actual piece called a clover gable. This thing? Never mind, I'll put them against flat wall windows. Yeah. Unfortunately, the circles in general are just difficult because the whole entire build system is created off of squares, essentially. So it's really easy to have half and quarter and these other options, but then you're always going to run into kind of a weird situation where curved is just, it's hard. It's the same sort of limitation that you find with like Enshrouded, because it's built off of cubes, and so everyone's like curved pieces. I want to do curves and circles, and I just don't know how you even accomplish it. Definitely difficult. What's up, Zephyr? Welcome in. Hope work's going well.
A fine piece of handiwork, Mr. Smalls.
That voice line gets me. It's so weird when you have this mask on. His voice sounds so different. How are we gonna do this? I want it with those. Alright, that could look cool. Hello? What? Need to get rid of these, maybe? Oh, why is it attached to that? Don't know why, but it was. And that looks right. I don't even know why I have these things here anymore. They're worthless. Do you remember that I'm making a game right now? I'm trying to figure out a grid, and holy cow, I know how hard it is, Timber. Believe me, I'm going to have an aneurysm if I continue trying to make this. Yes, that is... I think that's one thing. So I have one of my good buddies. He is my college... I mean, we grew up together, so he wasn't just my college roommate. But he did computer design and everything in college, and we started making a game together, and it was just like, it's complicated. I think it's really easy to look at things. Not that anyone's saying this necessarily. I'm just saying it's really easy to look at stuff in a game and be like, just make it. And it's actually exponentially more complicated than it seems, typically. So although we would all love it to just work, there is a bit of a sense of it has to actually work without just breaking everything. Guess we could... This is where we're going to need to try out multiple things. Big architect brain, let's go. Should curve around the window maybe one day. I mean, it's possible. The next update says something about grid. It just says building grid. So it's very possible that we get like a complete rework of the grid in some way, shape, or form. Not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm not omniscient, but something about the building grid is being added next in the Axle update. So we'll hear something. It's interesting that they didn't mention it at all. I mean, I know why. They don't. The Axle was the selling point, but for us builders, there's a large possibility we get some type of change in the grid system. Whether that's a complete rework, don't know. It's kind of crazy that they would release it as is and then completely change it in the next update. So I don't know. If you them walls up maybe too high, then come out of the lamp post to create the inverse of that triangle design, in theory you could run that out as far from the lamp post that it would allow you. I'm gonna have to chew on what that means for a second. You can make round building and enshrouded like 800k barrels. Yes, trust me. If Joe the Wizard is an incredible enshrouded builder and he's done some stuff like that, and you're just like, oh my gosh, it's nuts. The nice thing, like, enshrouded is just how willing are you to spend a year of your life placing blocks. It's kind of insane. It is total and complete freedom, but that game is built on a completely custom engine, so it's a process. It's a lot more flexible when you're building it out custom to make it perfect. Ludorav's brain is clicking. I'm still trying to understand your comment. I gotta think through it still. I don't know if I should offset the grid by one so people can have something to build in the center, like a masterpiece, or leave the grid in equal numbers, so just in case people like symmetry. That is tricky, you know? I honestly don't know what would be better. Because there are times where I'd like things centered, but it also just makes everything else more difficult. So in some ways, it's really cool, and in other ways, it just makes building harder, so I'm not totally sure. Does it say anything about new build pieces? Nothing specifically. It says... I mean, I know we're getting like furniture and stuff. I know that because we're getting some of the Axle stuff, but it doesn't mention anything specific about building pieces. The winter update has building pieces, new materials and stuff, so I know we're getting it then. Hope it's easier for people like me. I mean, I would say Grounded as one of these most simple... It's like, it is one of the most simple build systems. Because it kind of just wants you to build in squares and angles. And so it is simple, but it also is very breakable in the same sense. You can make it as complicated and as simple as you want.
Make a killing.
Enshrouded, it's 2 years of grinding for materials, so for maybe 2 months of building. Yeah, I physically could not play that game without a resource world. I
Man, I missed
did not enjoy the collecting process in Enshrouded. Because the pieces are so small, it requires so many materials. It's crazy. They need a god mode. Well, I mean, at the 1.0 release, we're getting of Enshrouded. We are getting creative, so we'll have it. It's just a ways off. I don't know when 1.0 is. I don't think it's very soon, though. Can see it in my brain, but putting it into words is difficult. Yeah, that's... And it's not even like... It's putting in words, then I have to interpret that and then visualize it myself as well, which is also makes it way more difficult. You can grind out the materials or use that resource world. Yeah, I fully utilized the resource worlds in Enshrouded. That part of it is really cool. I'm a big fan of the resource worlds. But without them, I would never build an Enshrouded. It'd take way too long. I'm not much of a creative builder typically, but Enshrouded is one of those games that you almost have to. You just want it to be creative. I'm gonna sort the screenshots out for my base. I'll post them in 5 minutes. Will you be able to give me 2 minutes and have a look at them? Yeah, no problem. Ovens with Axle? Dude. I mean, we're not getting Mushroom 2.0. I mean, we have to get ovens, I would assume. I think in that sense you're right. Because they said we have to make a bait, which previously required ovens. So I doubt they make it a food thing. It's possible that they do it in here, but it was an oven thing previously. So it's very likely that we at least get that. Was there not another box down here? Yes, not. It means a rework of the build grid so you're able to build more places. I hope so. They're not holding any punches right now. Like, they are doing things that are going to push the boundaries of the game. Like, Axel is a great example of just absolutely freaking massive boss on a different scale. And they even said the goal of the first release was to get the basics down, the basic functions. I know it seems like we're missing a lot, but I think a lot is going to get better and better as we go. Quite confident that I think we're going to see some ridiculous changes that no one was expecting. Kind of cool to build like this into it somehow. How though? That's a great question.
My troops will pay you a visit. I hope you'll put up a fight.
Come on. Do like this maybe? Not quite. I also don't want it just to step back and go straight up as well. We're gonna have to mess with how this whole thing works. Gonna be interesting. I need rope every 5 seconds. You built on a circle? Yikes. Playing solo, I need pebbles, I dupe to me. I need rope every 5 seconds. Everything is in creative mode for some goofy reasons. I do fine. I haven't had too many issues. I mean, you gotta farm a lot. It is a grind. If you get enough of the production stuff, though, it does go fast. Like, you get a lot of spinners going, you can get a lot of crude rope and stuff really quick. I just try not to waste it by just crafting them, or else you just use so much of the plant fiber, it feels wasteful. I hope they give us sleek armor with the ovens too. I mean, I'd assume so, right? Although it seems like they've slightly switched around how the armor is going to work, so I don't know. I mean, we can't upgrade anything, so we don't really know what the upgrade pathing is going to be. So there could be a lot of potential there as well. They also said this will be the biggest boss so far. That scares me, because Axel's huge. Like, so freaking big. I don't even... I'm all down for it. I like that they're just saying, throw away the conventions, let's have fun. I think it's a fun mindset to know that the developers aren't necessarily holding anything sacred and they're fully willing to break it right now. Put a frame around it like a picture. It's kind of what I'm thinking. We could also do maybe like a diagonal around it and make it close. What? Get up all of my grill like that? Build a square circle around it. Or a star. You could do a star. I guess I didn't think about that. That would work. Still in favor of vertical flooring to create walls and horizontal walls to create flooring. That would be... Dude, burr walls would change my life. Think of the possibilities. What's up, Dagger? How's it going? Think about grounded. I love the grid. Same as Valheim. Yeah. I enjoy the grid because I think Luderav and I have a healthy like relationship with the grid where if you put enough time in, you really start learning how that you can utilize the grid to your advantage. Wait. Go back. Still trying to decide which I like more. They're both really good. Kind of like this side for the outside. Just a bit. Something about that dark. With the red. Bye. Need to flip those and then it'd be fine. We also put interesting thing in these corner pieces, which would be cool. Got home from work. Nice, man. You have to kill the crow while riding on its back. Yikes. Unreal Engine wasn't so anti-mod support. I'd happily make that for you. Oh, man. I really hope that they try to figure out mod support. I love Playground, don't get me wrong, that's almost the same thing, but I want to play survival. And I want those capabilities in survival more so than anything. That's where it's like, please let us break the game. One can hope, right? I haven't really built any of the thatch. Not sure how I'm gonna like it or not. Wonder if they're going to add. They're adding the ability to rotate something like a wall to be a floor. Yeah, that's what Luderav was saying. That sense, like, as long as the walls and the floor, they're all the same size, right? So in theory, you should be able to do that. Or just make every material for every option, you know? Saw it. There we go. I don't love it. It needs crow. It needs crow feather roofs. I'm missing them. Missing them bad right now. Or like mushroom stairs. A solid stair piece would be really nice in these areas. Unreal Engine refuses to acknowledge modders. I could swap the models and textures, but can't add assets to have both. Fur walls would be awesome. Yeah, that's... like, why? Why is the question. Mods, like... not that I love playing with mods in the beginning of a game, but it's a long-term thing that I think is really important. Like, I don't necessarily want to play with mods right now, but it gets every game gets to that point where, like, the developers are no longer going to be adding to it, and what can keep it alive is mods. Like, it makes such a big difference. In terms of, like, long-term playability of a game. Nope. Currently got a bug where my molars and raw science orbs respawn. Not sure what causes it yet, but every so often I have molars in places I've already gathered. Sounds like a win. You just get everything twice. I don't know why that would be a thing, but could be worse problems. What the? Oh, these are on different grid. What? No, they're not. What? What the heck am I doing? I'm starting to break things, and I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. Dang it. Featheroos, I forgot about them. I could never forget. I used millions of them. Actually don't even know what's happening right here. I got so many grids going on, I don't even know what I'm attached to anymore. I think it's coming off of this grid over here. Dude, we're gonna be able to do some weird stuff. They want to troll us, Timber? Yeah, that you're not wrong. They like messing with us. Sitting can be into it as much as they want, but until pigs fly and you ain't changed their terms of service, it isn't happening. Too much money lost in their eyes. But, like, what are they losing, you know? All you're doing is allowing people to continue games. Plus, they could make it, like, whatever the, Nexus mods, like you could do it like that, like add it as a piece of it so people have to pay. Like I would pay to support a modder, you know? So like modders get a cut and so does, and just the same way as everything works, like YouTube and Twitch, like I make content and they take a cut, I get a cut. Everyone gets a cut, and then you get freedom, you know? Freedom to play how you want to play. This way. positive note, I'm going to add my 2 cents of speculation. What the leg? What is happening? Hello? That was weird. Holy cow. You're lagging bad. What is happening? Are we alive? Yikes. That was weird. Pro roofing. Different feathers. Put a duck in the pond or a pigeon. They have to look good, though, you know? Like, it can't just be... I mean, maybe duck feathers would look nice. But, like... pigeon feathers. That might look horrible. Not saying it would look horrible, but... you gotta do it right, you know? They are essential to my Japanese-themed builds. Ah. Yeah, we're kind of gonna be going for Japanese-ish style architecture here, but I'm also just going for whatever breaks the game the most. So, you never know. I want it to feel like kind of Lord of the Ringsy. Lots of spiky, pointy things and stuff. I don't know. Bethesda are a prime example of how much mod support helps the community. Yes, exactly. I mean, you could play those games to this date. 10, 20 years later, you still can be playing the same games. It's essential for society. I need it. It would just be so cool, you know? Okay, where the heck did I pull this from? It's also a lot of potential for adding more and more detail with this one single block because of its 2 sides. I don't know. I'm gonna have to really figure out how I like using this. What? Is that one more forward? What are we even doing, man? It's just barely off. Dang it. I have this placed wrong. And the walls are just slightly different. Pics and small run through are in Discord if you want to check them out. Yeah, 1 second. Larian Studios as well, yeah. Yeah, I might have to refresh the game. It seems like it's running fine now. Maybe, for now. So close, but so far. This is why everything needs to be lined up as perfectly as possible. Once you start really getting into it, it very quickly shows where things are not lined up. I may just be doing weird stuff on the grid too, you never know. That leg have anything to do with my upload to Discord? I don't think so. I'd be very surprised if it did. It wanted to place for a second. Nope. Cardinal feathers. Cardinal feathers would look cool too. Or just being able to dye the feathers as well, I guess, would be an interesting one. Also lower. I'm something. I must have placed this on a slightly different grid. But my brain is just not finding. I don't know. Whatever I'm doing, it ain't working. Yeah, they are slightly off. Gonna be one of the challenges we're gonna have to work through is my not exactly perfect grid. But, I mean, that's already looking better. Headed in the right direction. What is that supporting? What? Get out of my way. Modded Skyrim, yes. Perfect example. Absolutely perfect example. Just makes a great game even better. So we can just play for years. That sounds horrifying to break right now. Okay, Timber, you're selling me on multi-gridding. My brain's all over the place. Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's so complicated, and that's why I want to do a guide on it, but I need to get more input from some other off-grid builders I know that are really good at it as well, so I can like properly explain. Because I feel like my current technique is kind of jank. It's not as good as it could be. But it is, like, literally endless possibilities.
Didn't even need instructions.
Oh, no. We're doomed. This is our home now? We're free. I have to make that a little safer.
Preparing for my test. It'd be so boring if you die right away.
What? That's on a different grid. That's what's happening. This is the insane part about it, though, is you really have to start messing with things and figure out what's on what grid, because, like, I think this is on a different grid than that. Yeah. Close, but no cigar. Ah, could that do it? No. I mean, it did it, just didn't do it. Been trying to sell me for the last couple nights. Dude, this is the way. Utilizing the small pieces we can't place on diagonals, yes. This is where it starts, like, literally breaking things. Like, it just gets so interesting. It's very interesting, very fast. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's easy, but it is wonderful. Is that butterfly okay? This is just the butterflies. This is just what they do for some reason. I don't know. They're a little slow. How long do you farm weed stems? Too long. No, it's not that bad. Before every stream, I try to just fill up my area, so I probably, I don't know, 30, 45 minutes of weed stem farming to fill it up. If you go, there's a bunch of weed stems kind of like right along this area, these like rocks below and along with them, and then there's a ton of them in this general area that you can get kind of like all around this side. And there's a couple, there's a lot. You can get a lot pretty quicker than you might think. You just farm your life away. Save, delete the scaffolding, see what happens. That actually we can do that. I'm going to rename my ant Toro. All he does, it seems, is cut my grass. It keeps regrowing. They are annoying, yeah. Butterfly is drunk off of Timber Go-Go juice. What button is throw now? I don't even know how to throw my spear. Stepsis is stuck. Just a little bit. Real bad. I don't know why they just do that constantly. My ant is sitting there like trying not to go complete aggro and just destroy that butterfly too. Put something special in grounded 1/2 Discord. I want it. We can check it out. I gotta go check Zephyr's thing. Oh my gosh, she would attack. Rude. We gotta wait for the raid. Oh, this is gonna suck with the spear. It's so bad.
That hit the spot.
What's up, Sirius? You're so late? Nah. Oh, wow. We've been streaming for an hour? There's no way. What? The heck?
Toughen you up?
Uh-oh. Where's she at? Come on now. Zephyr, I will check it out shortly. Same with Knife on Discord. I just want to finish this raid so I can sleep.
He's getting roughed up.
Hit him. Poke it in the eyes. What? Oh, jeez. Hide behind timber. We don't die. Alright, there we go. We did it. We're alive.
Noted.
A little? Get out of here, girl. She's such a hater. Where's your weed stem farm spot? Use so many weed stems for my base, it's unreal. I still have no good spot. There's a ton here, as I was saying, and there's a ton here. There's probably 20 plus weed stems in this area, and there's another 10 plus over here. I mean, if I go out and farm all the weed stem in those areas, this is how much I filled up. Which is much more than most people need. For the average builder, that's more than enough. Oozin doesn't like it. Me and the boys were on FaceTime, missed a bit of your stream. All good, all good. It's easier if you build up over the top and build off the walls for more depth. Whoa. Yeah, I don't know. My brain just wants to step backwards right now, but that's also something that I probably need to slow down on. I didn't really game plan this build by any means, so we're kind of just free-flowing, seeing what happens. Wherever our imagination takes us. Can we maybe get away with that? No, I didn't think so. A little around the front of the statue, there's tons to, not the actual statue, but the stone foundation. There are some down there as well, yeah. There's a lot, and there's over there. Yeah, there's so many. Me come in here and as an average builder, but I'm convinced nobody leaves an average builder. I mean, that's the hope, right? That's how I know I'm doing my job right. Everyone that enters here gets a little bit better. That's single, maybe? Ow. Oh, we can sleep. Let's go. Yes, Uzin. Thank you. I'll still be average. My brain can't do this. Everyone's brain can do it. It's just... are you willing to do it? Because I won't deny that it's incredibly time consuming. It's not for the faint of heart. That's for sure. Yeah, and I think that's also something, is exactly as Luderaf says. It's not necessarily about building something as big or as intricate or as ridiculous as what I build. It's more that I'm showing you how far you can take it, and you get to do with that information what you want. Does not mean you have to build as big and crazy as I do by any means. But if my builds inspire you to maybe just go a little bit bigger or a little bit more detailed, then that's all I could ever hope for. There are only a few people that I actually expect to build as big as I do, or as detailed or intricate. Takes a special kind of person to want to build this big. But you can do everything I do on smaller scales and it becomes exponentially easier. Never thought to put a base inside the light for sure. I'm going to do an outpost in the other one before the update. Yes, that is also a perk. You don't have to be as crazy as I am and build over the wolf spider, because there's another one that's exponentially safer than what I chose. Alright, one sec. Let's see the base real quick. What did... Okay. Yeah, so you're on the food cart. Oh, wow, you built in the base. Holy cow, dude. That looks sick. Zephyr, I don't think you need my help, man. Ew. What is wrong with you, Knife? You're horrible. Who thinks like this? What? The ant plushie is creepy enough, dude. If you're not part of the Discord and you want to see the ridiculousness that Knife just posted, feel free to join. But they're doing a sweepstakes and they're giving away like a 10-foot ant plushie. And Knife decided that he should post something about a tarantula one. That's horrifying.
Didn't even need instructions.
As if axle wasn't scary enough. Like, that's what I need is a rideable thing. Like, no, I'm horrifying. Keep that out of here. Nah, it definitely needs some different materials to break it up a little bit. Get in your home. You may get there one day. You could do it. Probably gonna learn so much about buildings and stuff. I'm gonna be a pro soon. It's just time. It really is. About to go to high school and meet my art teacher today, and he said I can do a personal project with architecture. The building is celebrating the 100-year anniversary of it being built. Interesting. That's a fun project. Welcome in, Matt. Hope you're doing good. I hope they don't add an infected wolf spider, and if they do, I hope it's not in your base. Well, if it is, it is. As of right now, it doesn't look like they're necessarily adding infected bugs in. I think they might go further down this, like, taken over orc bug thing for that sense, but it's hard to tell. Oh, yeah. Alright, this is a perfect time. I'm gonna go to the main menu. Since we've been playing for an hour and I don't want to have a memory leak crash everything and lose stuff. Now remember I used to have a pet tarantula until I met my wife. Yeah, I'm glad your wife has good senses. It happened. My things rotated. Actually. Could be an interesting detail. Definitely looks like it has more depth that way. Wait, I didn't even notice all these ones. I wish I could put a little triangle piece there. That would look really nice, but they are angled. So it won't let us. Could do that though. It's almost as good.
Didn't even need instructions.
Of course, I'm not scared of any of God's creatures. I disagree. Thoroughly horrified. Fine with a tarantula in a cage of some kind, but not just roaming about doing whatever it wants. Building is small, but it's so weird the way it's built. It's weird and cool, so it'll be super fun to do a project about it. Yeah, that'll be interesting. Interested to see what you come up with, man. It's a fun little project. For sure. Def enjoy watching him build too. Thank you, thank you. Been watching I do this. It's the first time I've made it live. Oh, I've been watching the streams. Love the build in the spot so far. Thank you. It's a fun little project. I think it's gonna end up looking. I mean, as you can tell, this is gonna go up at least to here, and then it's gonna somehow incorporate this. I don't know how yet, but we gotta get up to that point to be able to incorporate it. But I think it's gonna be interesting. Glad you could catch us live, though. It's always fun being able to interact with people that enjoy the content. What? There it is. save like Lude said. Oh. Well, this is no longer supporting it for some reason, but this is supporting everything. Yeah, it's still supporting everything, Lude. Oh, Lord. So we're going to have to keep messing with that. Yikes. Tincture is going to actually go through the whole process of like the design of the building somehow. Nice. Super old and worked at another school for like 25 years. And has a doctorate in some kind of art. Nice, man. Yeah, the save's important. Critical move there. Curious if we can maybe just...
A fine piece of handiwork, Mr. Smalls.
I'm trying to figure out why this one piece is trying to support everything, though. I mean, it's great that I mean, the scaffolding's gone, so like that's a win, but I'd like to see you build up to that tonight if you can. We'll see. I mean, we'll definitely get at least one wall up here. I don't know. I'm thinking that these entrance walls are going to be more complicated, but like this one, I think we're going to like try to do something fun with this art, that piece thing that's already here. Question is how we want to do it. Kind of thinking build out my friends just tried to call me and then sent me a text that made literally no sense. Go one higher. Good thing there's a convenient stick right here. Hardest part about the like pine wall and stuff is it's not gonna quite have the same look that I'd like. It's harder to blend this all together, I guess is what I'm saying. They'll help not just with drawing, but building video games? Yeah. That'll be cool. I enjoy a teacher like that. That's like part of the process, you know? I mean, that seems like a natural fit for this side in some way, shape, or form. But if we build a staircase up, like I was kind of thinking, it kind of makes that really redundant. So, I don't know. I guess if we're going to leave a side more simple, that's probably a good side to do. Everyone loves autocorrect. We were talking about that last stream. It's autocorrect is specifically made to make people sound stupid. What we were saying, like purple for this? Of course. This mask is ridiculous. Probably gonna need a lot more lights than that, but that also looks nice. It's like just enough that it shows it off, but also isn't like overwhelming amounts of more color. We might be kind of chaos building tonight, just so everyone knows. That my brain is mush at the moment. My mom watches our son during the workday, and she got a call, and my grandma ended up having to go to the hospital because she has pneumonia, and so we had our child all day during work, and it's exhausting. It's a lot of fun to be able to hang out with him all day, but it's also like trying to get any work done with a 2-year-old is near impossible. Alternate between purple and red. That'd be not a bad way to do it too. Probably need them on both sides. Almost need to move everything though. Can't wait to see more Grounded 2 vids from you. Been working on my pagoda base on the first game for the past week. Thanks to your vid. Awesome. Alley Cat, welcome in. Glad you're enjoying the pagoda base stuff. I was very happy to finally get over my own
It's better when you hunt it yourself.
crap and finally make the pagoda base build guide part 2. Not quite, of course, as good as I originally intended to make those videos, but they're so far down the line because I just kept procrastinating that it was like, all right, just do it. Anything is better than nothing. Sometimes you just gotta do it. Get out of your own way. No. No, it's not on. Think me and you said something about autocorrect like every stream. Yeah, probably. One of the great things about ADHD is in one ear, out the other. So I can talk about the same thing every day and never remember what I talked about. It's not bad. It's like subtle. Could do like a different color in the middle though. Kind of interesting. Hello from the Netherlands. You need more armor? How so? Do you want your kids to hate you? What do you mean? Of course not. I love my child. So play a lot of Grounded 1. I've been considering starting a new save just to start a fresh pagoda base. Yeah. I mean, at this point, you can build the whole thing. The only thing that I don't show off is the interior stuff. So I guess I had one person request the interior, a guide on the interior of the build. So it's possible if I get enough people. It just takes a long time. I think that recording was almost 3 hours. Of pure just sitting there trying to remember how to build the whole thing. Feel you there, ADHD can be a combo starter for sure. I could repeat the same conversation a few times, yeah. It's also just kind of a streaming thing too, like you just talk about whatever comes into your brain.
A fine piece of handiwork, Mr. Smalls.
No, Lude, get out of here. It's never happening. I'll die. Just the setup of the sandcastle base almost broke me. Like, getting the sandcastle base set up properly was so difficult. Once the sandcastle part was going, it was totally fine. It wasn't very difficult because everything was built on the same grid other than the like surrounding wall on the inside. And the surrounding wall was the easiest thing. It just took 6 hours of mushroom building because I used like 10 trillion blocks to make it. I don't know if I like that or not. I don't love it. Could just put more. Yeah. Not sure. Gotta get your nightly troll in? No, it's okay. That is the reason I built that stuff live, though. 90% of that build is built on stream, so... I guess the struggle is I had the castle built. Naturally, like, the starting point of that base is the thing that I have 0 recording whatsoever on. That was when I was just playing the game and not really making content. Still can't get the launch right. Haven't found the sweet spot. We're so close. Really hope I can stream soon. It seems super fun. It definitely is fun. It takes a while to, like, get into it and stuff, but I do have a good time doing it. There are days where it's maybe not as fun, but that's more of me being tired at the end of the day. If I was doing this at 21 instead of 33, it'd be a different story. But, nope. Almost want less of the thatch. I don't like this on the outside as much. I like this as an interior material. I'm not sure I like it as much on the outside. So maybe... sticks are the way to go. Just maybe. Just always hated how these have too much of a gap in them. Does look nicer. It looks like a balcony though, and it's like it's never gonna be a balcony, so I guess I don't know if I love that as much though. Get out of here. Yes. A fake balcony never hurt anyone, right? I really like the triangle things. I feel like we need to push it, though. Push the limit. And we need to figure out how the heck to get this to stick to the ground. Dude, half palisade walls would be really nice. I really, really like the palisade walls, but they can be really, really limiting. They're very specific in how they want to be placed. They don't necessarily do what you want them to do a lot of the time. I think it's alright. Just the guy it fell on.
Let's go!
You're in timeout.
A little tight around the muscles.
Once built, is that going to be your Sauron's Tower of Doom? A little bit. That's kind of... I mean, it's not going to be to the extent of, like... We're not going all the way to the top and making it absolutely ridiculous. Yet? It's possible? I mean, if we build up here and we go like, wow, it would look sick to make this all the way to the top and go crazy, it's not going to say no. Can you two get away from my stuff? What, you want to go now?
Yeah.
Poke. My vote is always for absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, we're already entering ridiculous, so I'm not worried about that. Kill one butterfly, another one takes its place. So that one just said screw it. He's going
Just looking.
to a different dimension. Be cool to do like an expansion every update or every few. It's very possible. That is oftentimes what I did in the first game. Is we got more pieces, I would go back and add to it and change things. I think the interesting thing with Grounded 2 is more so that we're going to get so many new locations that there's always going to be, with every update, I'm going to find a new spot to build a cool base like this. So we will kind of forever get to just keep adding and adding and adding. I wonder if I can like ground it like this. No. I guess I should have just destroyed this whole thing before I built the whole thing. Mistakes may have been made. Too late now? Oh, okay. Apparently not. I'm kind of thinking that once we get this going, we'll start adding like cool lights in these palisades as well. It's one of the reasons I like the way the palisade things, the walls look, is you can kind of come in and start adding in nice lighting effects.
Didn't even need instructions.
Might try to go get some sleep, have a great stream. Sounds good, man. Thanks for hanging out. Good luck with the project and everything. Catch you on the next one. Apparently I need to move to like a different part of the world so I can stream for more people at a more advantageous time for all. See you next stream. There we go. This is a place where like a burr floor of some kind would make a huge difference too. It just looks so much better. Almost reaches that perfect too. Interesting. Alright. Is it just me or did the days go by so fast in this game? So much faster than in the first game. Gosh dang it. Ugh. Jump, you fool. I was like, where'd this triangle go? Yeah, way too fast? Okay. Glad I'm not alone. I guess maybe that's also part of it. I played Grounded 1. I didn't do it until like the 1.4 update, but at that point in time, I ended up switching everything, spawn rates and all that stuff, so everything was just more accessible. So resource spawn rates were turned up, and I also did the day and night cycles as well turned up, just to make life so much easier. So I am a big advocate for custom settings. I'm really hoping that those get added sooner than later. Especially because this base would be done if we had the handy nat right now. Like, we could build this base so much faster with the handy nat. Because then we can just stand in front of our chests and go. There's no, like, running around. You're just set. Eventually, we'll get custom settings. Wait. We need food and water.
Tastes better when you hunt it yourself.
The handy nat does come in handy. See what you did there.
Now that's
In the first game, base settings, it went too fast. Yeah, I definitely think I went too fast. I mean, like, even this, like, when you sleep, it goes to 6 a.m. and it's not, like, bright out yet. It feels too dark. Like, 6 a.m. should be sunrise, like, it should be getting bright right then. Because it makes it difficult to... Just always feels like I'm trying to do everything at night for some reason. And I don't want the night. Couldn't have done what I did without it, yeah. The handy nat's just the thing that takes grounded building to like the absolute next level. Really makes things so much easier. Gonna head out? Sounds good, Knife. Have a great one, man. Hopefully we catch you next Tuesday. I hate waking up in the dark, yeah. Yeah, I feel like this should be, I mean, 6 a.m. could be like right there, but just light. Because the fact that I'm sleeping to make it light and it's still dark is kind of counterintuitive at times. How do you get so many weed stems? Well, welcome in, Jake. I just collect like crazy. There's a bunch of them right around here, and there's a crap ton of them around this area, just around kind of like these sides. Kind of feel like it starts. There's a handful. There's probably like 7 or 8 of them here, and then a handful back here, handful right under the edge here, and then there's a bunch more right in this area too. And I just turn on some music or a video and hop on the buggy and bring a pallet with me. So I fill up a whole pallet. I fill up 12 weed stems on the ant buggy, and then I bring them all back. Put my pallets in my little pallet area. Fill up the 12 weed stems on like an empty one like this, and then I grab another empty one and run over there and rinse and repeat. Very repetitive. But there's nothing special about it. Guess we could think of this maybe. Remove that bottom layer. It doesn't need to step back instantly. We probably don't want it to be too bad because I want proportionally, I don't want this to feel too tall and weird. I'm not sure how we're going to get that piece supported yet. I'm hoping at some point it latches on to the wall in some way, but I'm not sure yet how that's going to work. Let's try this actually. It will pick up on the right spot.
A fine piece of handiwork, Mr. Smalls.
This is where the handy nat type stuff is really convenient. I actually don't mind the little gap. I think that could be really cool with like backlighting behind it. That'll look epic. Actually. How are we gonna get the light in there? That's the question. I have a feeling we can't place on this thing. Guess we could just do like how quickly can we totally ruin my performance in grounded? Alright, I hate having this thing on. I did some builds where we built that much. I don't think we need that much lighting here, but you never know. More lighting, more better is my motto. Question is, what color are we gonna do? I'm gonna need like a theme of some kind for consistency's sake. It's a little funky right now. Might look better at night though. We'll have to check it out. Cool design running up the points of the lamppost. Will be a nice contrast to the dark brown. Yeah, I think I really like the way the dark pine looks with the palisade and like the weed stems. And it's a really nice contrast. And like this coming in and then being like a highlighted piece, this running up, it's gonna look really cool. The lighting's not great yet. I think we could, if I can get it rotated back behind it, I think it would look so much better. Place vertical spike traps on that. You could, I think. Does a column go here? Where? What is this snapping? It's like in this. Nope. A soft orange? That could look good too. Yeah, they're not quite lined up enough. Can also think about using some of this random stuff to fill in those gaps. Where even is the spike trap? Well, it's the basketball hoop. This is what was meant to be here. Hold on a second. If we could force that further in and fill in the gap, that could be really funny. Put a spider on the web? You mean that one? Yes, we could try. It only really works for one side of this, though. I don't really know how to do the other side. It's going to be this struggle, but I have an idea. What? Stuck. What is this stupid circle? And why do we need it? Yes, Grim. Thank you for the bits. Appreciate it, man. Stuck. I can't get out. You can even go further back. Actually, can we see it from this side? That might be the way to do it. What do you mean put a spider on it? Like a spider buggy? Or are you saying just like a random spider? Ooh, a feather. A possibility that we could place these properly from this side. I'm not super confident. Yeah, not quite enough room. But if we place both of them from this side, actually, this is the way. A stuffy. Oh. Does that work? There's location obstructed. I have a hunch that it's not going to accept that as an option. Get me out of here. I'm assuming this spider web is not a actual buildable thing. Yeah, it doesn't register as a build piece. If you could put it on stairs, but yeah. I am contemplating this is our like bug museum space. I don't really have enough room for it anywhere else, so kind of thinking this is where we're going to do the bug museum, but I'm not 100% sure on that yet. We get drapes that look so cool hanging above the squirrel. What squirrel? What you talking about, Grim? Is that those? What am I doing? That's those. Yeah, I'm thinking about putting a bug museum along this whole area up here. Is what I'm saying. So potentially like bug mounts all around this 360 degrees. Potentially. Kind of see how it works out, but
Buggy gotta work on that cardio.
yeah, I like not being able to see them, and I think it'll look really cool at night if we get it right. I guess I should have thought about the coloring before I just went for this, but impatience. Yeah, it worked. It's in there. They're impossible to see. Why'd I do this to myself? Might post a picture of my base in progress in your Discord. You'll just have to wait. I think you're just messing with me now. I don't even know if you have a base, Beluga. Hmm? Spoken like someone who hasn't actually built a base. Pictures or it didn't happen. Lost track of how many times I've placed lights and not got the color I want. I am far too good at stuff like that. I think how this side has like twice the gap too. That makes it way easier. I mean, normally not using the right color light really doesn't matter, but in this situation, it is just making life stupid. What am I standing on? It's probably are too close,
fine
but
piece of handiwork, Mr. Small.
it's in a purple rocket. You can build in those. This is also not placed right. Come on. Turn on. Need to go further to the left, I think. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yikes. This is gonna be rough. Why do I come up with these ideas? It's gonna look so cool at night, though. Can't you copy the settings? Yes, but if, like, what I've done is I just started placing these and I didn't really think about the color, and now I'm gonna want to be like, you know, I should have made them purple. And then I'm gonna have to go click every single one of them and copy and paste that color to it. And when you're placing them behind things like this, it's just really hard to get to them. Is the main point. And like Luderav, what he's saying, or what I was reading, he's on Twitch, is we both tend to have kind of ridiculous lighting techniques. Yep. Easier in first person. Maybe not. There we go. Imagine, we only have to do this on 4 to 6 more areas. That one's not easy to place. This is where the build nat is literally a godsend. Catch on this again. Oh, there it was. Oh, there it went. Last night we stared at a wall. This night we stare at lights. Probably have to do a lot of the lighting off stream because that's miserable. But that soft glow is what we're going for. These need to be on this or something, but... Davidicus, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. I was literally thinking only 5 more times of this struggle to go. Yes, that is... I am my own worst enemy sometimes. Wait, I didn't want to do that. I come up with ideas, and then before I fully think them through, it's too late. I'm already committed. I'm like, this is the one. And then I go, wait a second. I regret my decisions. Far too often, I don't regret them, but I question my decision making at times. This also might look better. We do... It's not super centered. What? Is it just the angle I'm looking at? You're the only person that has pronounced my name right? Let's go. I may not be good at remembering names, but I do try really hard to pronounce them correctly. Because it is... ridiculously difficult. People have the craziest names. It's like so hard to keep up with people's names. And maybe it just depends on the angle you're looking at. I don't even know if that thing's centered. This thing makes it all look off too. I have gotten some weird names correct, so I take pride in that. Or difficult names would be a better description, not weird. Want this so bad to rotate like this. Just barely too close. That will make backlighting easier. Oh, you're right, won't it? Yeah, it could be. Well, it'll make this easy to backlight. It doesn't make my other decisions easier, unfortunately. But if we are going to show this, like, little chicken thing off. Is it a chicken or a squirrel? Or a... That's all I got, I don't know. The only issue is you have to use roofs for this. So I don't think it'll let us... Ooh, wait. That could look nice. It isn't perfectly centered. Dang it. It's like off just enough that it might drive me absolutely insane. Squirrel, I'd say. All right, I think I don't disagree with that. I think squirrel makes more sense. It's a weird squirrel, whatever it is. You could have a wall on a different grid, barely protruding through the light post base, then snap your lights to it. Build on your grid with the palisade wall. Yeah, unfortunately, the only struggle with that is you can't build. Some walls will let you do silly stuff like this, where it'll let you clip into this base a little bit, but the majority of it, the game does not like you trying to clip the pieces actually into the structure itself. Like in a perfect world, I could just place that, but it doesn't love it. That's a little funky. Little funky. It kind of messes up my little... That design, though, is the only thing I don't like. That's where I'm questioning it. Walls next to ramps comes in clutch again, yeah. It kind of messes with how it's all going to come together, though, so I'm not totally sure how I feel about it. We could step it back, actually. So, how do I want to do this? Let's see. It's tricky. Tricky. I don't even know what we're making anymore. We're just being crazy.
Didn't even need instructions.
Whoa, the green shows through from the chests. Creepy. Uh-oh. Ouch. I don't hate that. Oh yeah, we can see this now. Alright, but those corners, when we get the lights placed correctly, are gonna look freaking awesome. Those are actually gonna look really, really nice. I feel like these corners are like becoming like spider legs or something. Getting crazy. Chaos building, yes. This is what I'm saying, though, is like once you get the off-grid stuff, it's when they start meeting, it gets so crazy what you can do. What about building down from your bug museum? I guess, what do you mean? You're saying, like...
Let's go!
You can't build down, you have to build up first, because there's nothing supporting from the top, I guess is the way I'm saying. I'm thinking. Not saying. Like, you can't actually build up here. You have to find supports beforehand. Oops. If that makes sense. So you have to build something up before you can build something down. Because the lamppost doesn't provide any structural support. Everything's going to be supported from the bottom blocks. I'm quite sad about it, but I think I'm going to have to destroy this piece at some point. I don't really see any other way to get this to flip at the moment. There could be a way, I'm not seeing it yet.
A little tight around the muscles.
I don't know, whatever is happening here, I really like it, though. Kind of exactly what I was going for. What I don't like... I guess we could do... build this kind of flat on this and then only build out the center point, maybe. Do it now before you build more? Yeah, I don't want to, though. I don't wanna, Mom! I guess the other side of it that I'm really being stupid about is I removed the support piece now, and I don't know if this is ever gonna go back. I don't know if we can move it, is what I'm thinking. I guess we could do that. Ugh, I hate it. I don't want to redo it. Too much work. I'll do it off stream if I have to. I don't want to rebuild it and figure out what I was doing. We'll just leave that there for now to remind me to do something with that. Wait, what the heck? No, now all my lights are floating too. Crap. What are you supporting? The lights still somehow? Grounded, why? I didn't want to build that either.
A fine piece of handiwork, Mr. Small.
Woo! My heart is pumping.
One of the downsides of building lights earlier than I should. Go in your home. Will it let you place a blueprint on top of it? Then flip? No. I don't think so. Just wants to jump to this other grid. I don't even know if this is actually doing anything. What is this even snapping to right now? Yeah, location occupied. Because that makes sense. What? Yeah, sure, okay. Twitch is stuck buffering. It says it's excellent. What? Looks fine. What is this trying to support right now? Nope. It's back? Okay, good.
Didn't even need instructions.
Goodness, I can't do anything right now. What? Everything's breaking! We've ruined it all. I guess I could put these inside here too, actually. It'd be a way better place for them. Item. Much better. Much, much better. Okay, let's see if this will place this time, or else we're gonna have to really do something weird. Why? I'm really hoping I didn't really screw up doing this. Being weird. Yeah. What the heck? I need to go finish this horrible... The spear sucks. He just dies. I need to finish this mutation quick, because the spears feel horrible. Okay, why is this being so difficult? I don't feel like it was that hard to place originally. Move over one. Is it... What did we place in the meantime? This?
I need a rock for a sip of water right now.
I'd eat a rock for a sip of water right now. Is that real, Max? You really would? Okay, there it goes. We're good. We're good. I was getting worried for a second. Oh, okay, good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Everything's gonna be alright. Gonna be okay. Everything's fine. Drink or die. Should have slept a while ago anyways.
Ah, that hit the spot.
To sleep. Lovely. Endless amounts of mushrooms. Chopping these dumb things down. I'm hoping at some point it becomes like Grounded 1 where you could block those spawns. Takes a couple days to spawn, so it's not the end of the world.
Man,
but...
I missed bug steak.
One get up there.
Woo! My heart is pumping. Little tight around the muscles.
No one need to farm mushrooms when they add the walls? Yes, that's the hope, right? That is the hope. Let me up. I need to build floors and stuff so I stop falling.
My troops will pay you a visit.
You just
I hope you'll
paid
put
me
up
a
a fight.
visit. Leave me alone. If I do it like that, it doesn't really matter. What's it look like? Oh, jeez. Timber, get out of the way. Oh. We'll get on our trusty stick. Who needs a handy gnat when you got a stick to stand on? Apparently I do. Yep, that would be me. Okay. Still don't know how I feel about this side. We definitely need, like... This looks really cool, so I want to keep this as much as possible. And building right here doesn't really allow for that. So we got to find a slightly different way to design this. If indeed that is the route we're going to go. That just makes it weird. I guess the other side of it is we just use that as like a smaller detail.
A fine piece of handiwork, Mr. Smalls.
Looks like you're gonna need a lot of scaffolding. Yeah. I don't really ever use it. I just kind of move a floor if that's what I have to do. Will it let me, instead of using this? I sort of detest using scaffolding. Unless I absolutely have to. Trying to highlight this kind of makes it funky. It's also, I guess, why? If we show that off, it's not on any of the other sides. We just get this one side that's not going to be symmetrical, and it's not going to want to build exactly the same, so it seems kind of stupid. Feels like I could do something better that fits the design of the rest of this a little bit easier, instead of just overcomplicating it just to show off this weird little squirrel thing. I don't hate some of this detail, though. We might still use some of that with the pebblet foundations and stuff. It is a really nice little detail that I do like. Pebblet also looks nice because it's got clay in it and it matches the red pretty well. From certain angles that will look nice. Could be a nice way to add some more little like details in these areas as well. You get stuck up here? Sorry, bud. A large bug mount face in front of it, that would work as well. That's where, when we get the axle one, is like, where the heck are you gonna put the axle head mount? Nowhere. It just doesn't fit, you know? Like, they've given us every single boss stuffed bug and stuff, so I can't imagine that axle's not gonna be the same. Yeah, this looks really nice. Ha! just keeps getting more pieces on it. I gotta need to just deal with that, but yeah, this is gonna look really good. I'm really happy with how this is starting to look. Still a lot to do, but definitely we're headed in the right direction. For sure. It's also what, like an axle head mount, like right in the center here, would be really interesting. I'm gonna say, what? My lights. What? Oh. They all fell down and then just didn't disappear. I was like, what is happening? Now all my pieces are in a hole. Need to slow my roll on my lighting right now. My stuff. I can't get to it. Really like your build style. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Try to be pretty unique. What the heck? No. Oh, dang it. Try to make things unique and interesting. Do I even need that? What was that doing? Let me out. Was that doing anything? I don't think it was. Yeah, nothing. Did that rotate? Well, how did I have those? Maybe I had it right. Is it? Wait. Moved. There we go. No, I think I did have it the other way. What the heck? Am I crazy? I don't even know where I had those lights then. Where did I have those lights then? I'm confused. I just do that. Put them on there. What do I like better? Probably not seeing that piece as much is the way to go. Means I gotta get rid of that thing. Anyways. Well. Just keep stacking it higher. Man, that's the way to go. Oh, I wish I had a handy gnat. It would make my life so much easier. Yeah, it's definitely coming together though. minus
Just
you.
looking. Saving
You're
this
a
one for
problem.
later.
You're a problem. Why? Mistakes were made. Massive, massive mistakes. Whoa. I do like showing off some of this material too. One of the things I was thinking about was continuing to show in a similar way that I did my pagoda base in Grounded 1, is utilizing something like the lamppost or the pagoda or a pre-built asset in the game to have a unique material that you couldn't otherwise use in a build. And so covering this whole thing maybe feels like wasted potential. Maybe using these as more big spire things that are just really fun details. Could make it really interesting. Also gives me something to build structure off of as we keep going. Could be cool. My brain tells me keep building. And every other part of me says stop and destroy this piece before I get too much further. And I can't decide. Flip the other side and call it unique? No, I hate it. It looks horrible. I don't like this as an exterior piece. It feels like more of the inside of a build to me. For some reason. Alright, what did we destroy? It's so much. So many things. Yikes. No, Chad, if you were in here last night, you will understand my obsession with perfection. To my vision specifically. Not necessarily perfection in terms of everything being absolutely perfect, but I have a bit of an obsession with making things match up with my vision. As when we were making this off-grid hexagon thing, we spent like 4 hours last night just making all the corners line up absolutely perfectly.
A fine piece of handiwork, Mr. Smalls.
Normally I'm pretty good at just finding a way to get this stuff to be supported, but it's being really weird right now.
Just looking, I promise.
Oh, every time I save it does that too. Gosh dang it. Why? I'll do it off stream. I don't need that kind of setback right now. I'm thinking we're just replicating this across all the different sides. I also tonight wanted to potentially do the icicles challenge. I'd like to get those weapons. They're really cool. take a little break from building, maybe. Get some of the last cool things. I want to show off all the armor and all the weapons and areas as well. Play on Xbox? Yeah. You can do everything I'm doing on Xbox. It's just a lot of work. It's about the same amount of work, honestly. I'll need something to do tomorrow to keep me a little bit busy. And rebuilding this whole thing would probably be smart. I'll probably come up with a different idea as well that maybe pushes it to another level when I can do it in complete peace without having to think and entertain at the same time. How do you take a whole stack in a chest so fast with a click? I have to drag them to my inventory. Just click. Then like, it's just shift click for me. If you're on Xbox, I don't know. I would assume it's just some other combination of buttons for you, though.
Ah, that hit the spot.
You can also do, like, take all and just take everything. Alright, I want to do the icicles real fast. Let's do that. I'm on PC. Did you have to change? Nope. I have not changed any of my keybinds. They are all exactly the same. I say we probably want that. And frost armor for sure. I'm not a huge fan of the roach armor yet.
Little tight around the muscles.
It was worth testing, but it does not feel great. I have no upgrade rocks? What am I doing? We do have larva, though. Somewhere. I haven't named any of my chests, unfortunately, so I don't know where. What? What? Why does it do that? That's annoying. 3 more. Tried for 30 hours to get my grass pallets to stack, but they only stack clipped into the floor, at least for now. I don't think I've had too many issues. And I was able to make this work. You do have to, like, you can use the snap to grid. A lot of the times with the pallets and stuff, you have to turn the snap off. So instead of having it snap to things, make it free, and then you gotta rotate them, and they'll fit better. Whereas, like, you can place these snapped, and then skip to another, like, skip one floor, and then you can stack these ones with the snap to grid, and then you have to manually place the other ones in between. They're just a little too long, unfortunately. Make some more bandages, I guess. Wait, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, can't. We'll just take normal ones. And those would be intelligent, right? The stem ones, no problem. It's the stem ones, the grass pallets, they are funky. I have seen some people stack them, though. I don't know. I didn't really try. I don't honestly use the grass all that often, so for me it kind of is just they get overlooked easily.
I really hope you're preparing for my test. It'd be so boring if you die right away.
Alright, we got that. It's not here yet, we're good. She gets me with that noise every time. Do we need this? Probably not. Are we prepared? I think so. Prepared enough? Well, we need some food, actually. Have no food. Perfect. Just how I like it. Guess we should wait till I can sleep. Just getting antsy. I'm really hoping that we get tier 3 soon and then we won't have to worry about anything. Ugh, we can't. Hate it. Makes me want to finish the mixer, but I really don't want to finish the mixer. You are correct, Uzin. Thank you. Come on, Timber, we're doing it. Send it. I really want the icicle weapons. It's worth it. Do it at night. Who cares?
Buggy gotta work on that cardio.
We can't build an amazing armory if we don't have all the weapons and armors, so gotta get her done. Run to the hills, run for your lives. Yeah, we got everything. I think we're good. I almost beat it last time with
Take your best shot.
not even close to enough of
Older
a
than the
setup.
Monday crowd.
It was like I did not have. I had like 2 healing and nothing else. It was really bad. I was not properly prepared. I just kind of did it. And we almost beat it, so. Wait, you're back? What do you mean? How do you get in there? This side? Raw science.
Raw science.
My science? I like it.
Hoping they'll add that with the axle, but I doubt it. Maybe a placeholder with mantis parts for tier 3 bug. Yeah. I just want the upgraded pallets would be really nice.
You need to earn every second you spend in my park.
Gotta eat.
At least the ones, assuming they're making them the same as in the first game, you could use pine cone to make way bigger pallets, like double or triple the capacity, I feel like. Forever flares keep you from freezing. Yeah, that's true. The nice thing is with the frost staff, you actually don't necessarily need to worry as much. The heat wave, whatever this thing's called, don't even remember how to get over there. The heat wave on, if you get the third attack off of with the heat wave staff, you reduce your chill. So as long as you're consistently attacking, you're good. Could be a little bit of a pain with a lot of enemies to get the third attack off, so you have to tank a little bit of damage, but it's also the perk of the... If you have the sizzle armor, you get increased attack speed, which is also really nice, but it doesn't really work in here. You're gone. What? What are you gonna do? What you gonna do? Nothing. I didn't think so. They would, but with bigger chests coming from Axel. They did say that. I'm interested to see... Because in the first game, you got bigger chests from pine cones. Not from a boss, so I'm kind of like, how expensive is a tarantula chest gonna be? Not sure. It's cool. I'm interested to see how that's going to work out, but... How's building going today? See, you deleted a lot of work. I don't think we deleted anything, did we? I think we just changed some things a little bit. Just a little bit. Just bring them all to where I'm going, right? Watching the whole meeting, nice. I built a lot. Yeah, we were reloading the save. I'm trying to get this specific piece to support properly, and it's being a turd. So we were building it and deleting it, and then reloading the save, hoping that it was going to work, and it's being finicky. Just struggling to get one specific piece to properly support. Uh-oh. Alright, that's the ominous dude. I cannot for the life of me remember how the heck you get to that room. Top metal Rob, you walk. Oh, the rod. Yeah. Couldn't remember if it was that or if that just leads to the main location. I was like,
A taste of nature.
perfect. We can get some water on the way too. Ouch.
That's correct.
Why do you run down there? He was on me. Now I just get free chill reductions.
Too hot for this place.
Easy game, easy life. Definitely block that. Ouch. There we go. Here we go again. There we are. Alright, mistake number 1 from the last time. Didn't make a save. Full health. Get... Let's throw that there, I guess. Venom reduction is also nice. We don't need those. Mutations are good. Probably gonna use the spicy staff most of this. Alrighty. Who wants some? I also don't think I had a lot of this upgraded as well. Yeah. Easy. Oh wow, these take forever. Holy cow, I never even noticed the icicles bar. Don't you do it. Attack me, not the icicles, you goof. Ah. Nice try, guy. What is this dude doing? They always get me with that little like hesitation block or attack. Alright, where's the big ones? I know they're coming. Honk.
Some first-class barbecue right.
Yeah, anyone trying to tell me that the spicy staff isn't good in this game? Crazy. Mage builds are so much better than the first game now. keep thinking my aunt is chilling with me too, and he's not here. See his name, and I'm like, he's right there. I need backup. Quick. There's the big gun. Worst part is they just block the whole time. Why can't I get this right? I mean, you can get the charge attack right. Oh, you stop it.
You're too hot for this.
Oh, dude. Alright, now it's getting more difficult. It'd be a lot easier if I could get some food, but too many attacks. I lost my attack. No, you get out of here. Don't you dare. Yay, we did it. We did it. That was close, honestly. Closer than it should have been.
Wish I had fries with that.
Those are good. Why would I eat those? Take it. Not bad, though. Not bad at all. I don't need these. Let's get out of here.
Show me you remember how
Oh,
to do
you
this.
would. What are the chances?
Somewhere.
This is harder than the other thing.
Just looking, I promise.
What did he get stuck? He like stuck in his animation. Alright. Are we okay now? Jeez.
So you do remember how to do this a little. Noted.
Little, I just did that after doing the entire guard challenge. You're trying to give me crap now? How rude. Uh-oh. Oh no. I think we just crashed. Dang it. Please tell me it saved right after the icicles, please. Pretty please. With a cherry on top. I do not want to do that all over again. Well, it was that difficult, but that'd be pretty disappointing. I think it saved right as it was finishing, right? Okay. Right? Yes. Alright, we're good. We're good. Sacrifice some of these. So we're not hungry. Yeah, saved after the attack. We're good. Now she's going to try to attack me right here. Yeah. She coming? Heck. Change your mind. Screw it. Run. Oh, now they're here. And it's even in tighter quarters. Lovely. I can't see anything. They're just blocking each other. Yes, salty weapons would be really good for jerky. I kind of forgot about those. Wow, who would have guessed it's easier when you actually have
So you do remember
food.
how to do this a little.
You have full stamina. Where am I? Get me out of here. I'm coming home. Oh, I did not mean to drink that. Dang it. I used to have infinite jerky, man. The good old days. Oh, hey. Nothing wrong with finding some raw science on accident.
Science.
Oh, yeah. Good stuff.
Take that all day. It wasn't too bad.
Yeah. Here.
Trusty Steed. Oh no, he's in the rock. Ah! Why? Quit farting around, Timber. Let's go.
Yeah. Woo! My heart is pumping.
Yeah, let's just go this way. Yeah, I pretty much lived off of jerky on the first game. Once they nerfed the crap out of all food sources for healing.
Buggy out of gas.
I'm a beautiful butterfly. Makes me want some ice cream.
A little tight around the muscle. We could bottle that up and make a killing.
Oh, I didn't know there was a wolf spider there. Now you know. Where am I running? Losing it. I'm losing it. Get me back home. This is why I build big bases. I just want to hang out at my base. I don't even want to go explore. It's scurry. Oops. Why would I want to go out in the real world when I can stay in my nice little safe home? Now that's a fight I'm okay with. Waiting for someone to attack me. Get in there, Caterpillar. You got this.
Just looking. I promise.
Oh, Timber? What are you, psychopath, dude? Complete psycho. Wolf Spider's gonna win it, I think. Oh, nope, Timber's in there. He's gonna die. Alright, let's go save him. You're gonna take my kill? You're just gonna steal my kill like that, bro? Really? How rude. Feel so bad. But I need food. I need your meat.
Better when you hunt it yourself. Sorry I got you into this mess.
Stuck on. We did it. We're home.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is. Collateral damage. He's ruining my pallet. You're spiders. Poor Caterpillar trying to escape wasn't fast enough. Yeah, I know. I feel so bad. But at the same time, sustenance. Timber, stop fighting everything. We moved on, man. Look, you're bringing them in the house.
Hang on, Buggy Boy.
Oh my gosh. What are you doing, bro?
All clear. Time to save Buggy Boy.
Look, this is your fault, alright? You did this
We
every
good?
time.
Oh, we good. Yeah. We good.
Get away from my stuff.
Don't make them like I used to.
Guess that's one way. Got the ice weapons now? Yeah, they look so cool. Get. They just look so nice. Did I build them? I think I built them, right? Yeah. I built 2 of them. Okay, well. Mistakes were made. Good, good, good. Love when I do that. And now I can put this back. And take out good armor. Where's my good armor? What the heck? What? Where's my sizzle armor? What? Game. Oh, you get them at the end of the fight, so I didn't need to make them. Cool, 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 cool. Good stuff. Dude, where the heck is my sizzle armor? Bruh? What? I've spent more materials rebuilding things that just disappear into nothing than anything else. Bruh. What a joke. My armor. Where the heck would they be? Put them in here? Yes, thank God. I was like, all my stuff's gone.
A little tight around the muscles.
Use this instead of the other things. Don't really need too spicy things at the moment, even though I like the Coltana. Enjoy the mage just better. For the time being, at least. What else are we missing? High time to make armor dummies? Yeah, I'm gonna do a whole, like, armor display. I'm kind of thinking using these back walls. Maybe some of these upper portions for armor displays and weapon displays. But I'm still trying to, like, plan it out in my head a little bit, so I'm not totally sure what I want to do, because we're also, eventually, I'm assuming, gonna need way more chests. Because I like putting one item per chest. And so, or at least one type per chest. So I'm, at some point we definitely will be. But I gotta plan it out a little bit more. It's my current struggle. It'd kind of be nice there, but it'd also be kind of nice like along these upper walls as well. There's a lot of options. Next update, new chest. Yeah, I'm really interested to see why. It's like they had larger chests in the first game with the pinecone chests, and they looked really nice. So I'm interested to see why, or what the perk is going to be, or no, Park Boss specifically giving us chests. It's going to be really interesting, and like, how expensive are they going to be? Like, am I going to have to fight, if I want to replace all those chests, am I going to have to kill it like 100 times? That sounds rough. I hope not, but I don't know. If I place my chest small end out, you get more in a smaller place. Yeah, I have so much room that I didn't really want to do that. I don't like the side of the clover chests in my... If you watch some of my Grounded 1 content, I place 3 chests in this area, but with the pinecone ones, because I think the pinecone ones just look better sideways. But these ones look so good with the green lights hidden behind them that I prefer them like this. Tier 3 is coming for the tools, so we will just get pinecone chests. They said the boss specifically gives us the chest, so I'm assuming that it's going to use boss parts. That's just my guess. That's That's how they described it in the interview they did. Is that you will be able to get a new chest, larger chest from the boss. Now, if it is tier 3 and we just get pine cones and I can make pine cone chests, I'm also totally fine with that. Would not complain. Gosh, this thing's pissing me off. I'm nervous I'm not going to be able to fix this the way I'd like, because I don't think that this is technically clipping to the right thing. I can't tell if it's on the same plane or not. I don't think it is. So since I moved the original one, I'm not sure that we can fix this the way I'd like. It's like almost right, but it's not. Wait a second. Oh, we're geniuses. That's all it... Oh, what? That just went into the ground and disappeared. What? Alright, well, we're good. I don't have to do anything. Life fixed. I have no clue why that worked, and it's still supporting everything, but whatever. Wait, did it go over here? Is that where it went? That makes no sense whatsoever. It just gave it enough support. Yeah, I can live with that one. Yes. We did it. That looks stupid, but I don't know how to fix that one. At least it doesn't look as horrible. And also build out things here and make this part more interesting. Anyways, I was kind of thinking raising some of these up a little bit, but I don't know yet. They summoned the frost from the boss. Thought it was just a statement. They said, what are the loot items or some of the loot items that you'll be able to get with the new boss? And they responded, a throne, a ridiculously large bow, and a larger chest. Now, they didn't strictly say, I guess, that it uses the boss items for the chest, but I don't know why he would mention pine cone. It doesn't make any sense that they would specifically call out that, in my mind at least. It seems a little weird to say, like, oh yeah, you unlock the ability to get pine cone chests. It wouldn't make sense. They would say it would make more sense that they would say, like, you get tier 3 from beating the boss, which is going to unlock stuff. But the pine cone chest was in the first game, so it's not like it's something new and exciting. So it seems to me like a waste. It'd be a little kind of troll. Just a tad bit troll. Come on. You did this last time. That'll work. Another thing about the tiers now with having to upgrade with parts, I wonder if certain tier tools will be locked behind defeating big bosses. I hope so. I think it'd be cool. Thumbs off. There's just one more place, I guess. A frog. So Axel might give us the hammer to get the pine cone, to get the chest, for example. That would be interesting. That could be really interesting. What is happening to this stuff? I can't see anything. I hope that they lock things behind some of the bosses and stuff for, like, different tiers, so it, like, forces you to fight a boss. Because that was, I already saw people complaining, like, why
Let's go.
put a boss in that's not
tied
like
around
part of
the
the
muscles.
story in the way that, like, the Masked Stranger is. But if it made it so progression was required, that would make it really interesting. Frog, lizard. I see lizard everywhere. I can't imagine that we get a frog or a lizard as a boss. Thematically, they were very specific on why the lizard never became a thing in the first game. What? Apparently that's going to support these. What?
Mr. Smalls.
Sure, that makes sense. That was my thinking game design-wise. Some would complain, but it forces progression. Well, it like, people were complaining in the sense that why add a boss that isn't required for the story progression, where, I mean, that's also slightly a flaw in not remembering how the first game was, I guess, as well. Because, like, the Broodmother and stuff are not necessarily things like the Mantis. You don't have to do the Mantis. It's a challenge. It's a fun extra thing to do. But it's not necessarily required to actually move forward in the game in some sense. There's certain items and stuff, I guess, but I like the idea that it hides, or it requires progression in that sense, the way you're describing it. Like, oh, you want tier 3? You gotta beat the hardest new boss. That's progression. But I think it makes a lot of sense. Because I enjoyed being able to just summon the bosses in as like an extra fight thing. They have fish and stuff, but they're not enemies. They're colossi. The fish in the first game, the crow, and the issue with those things is maturity-wise for the rating of the game, it causes difficulties because you're now killing. You're not killing a bug that has like ooze and stuff. Like, it's not blood, and that was one of the concerns. And then killing. Now I know Axel's freaking massive, so I think there's going to be some interesting aspects in how we defeat Axel, because, like, how do you poke a lizard to death with a stick? Like, thematically, I think it's a lot harder to make a lizard fight make sense than it is something like a tarantula. And if you saw the trailer with Axel as well, they specifically added in, which I think is going to be a big part of how the fight works, is that he has a giant gash in his back somehow, so it was like he was already injured in some way. And so it's going to require, I think, knocking him in a specific way, or stunning him, whatever it ends up being, to actually be able to do damage. I'm not saying I wouldn't enjoy a lizard boss of some kind, but I also think it causes difficulties thematically. Where's the weather? We're getting weather in a different sense of weather. I think we're getting environmental situations. So, and I think, what was it? Mediocre Milton, I think, had specifically stated it. The issue with weather is that's rain. Like, it doesn't become weather, it becomes like you have to hide in your base because you'll die. And so I don't know if there's an interesting way to add
That hit the spot.
rain in those things. Whereas with the ice cream cart, you're getting freezing, which is a weather type. It's just not in the greater world. It becomes more location specific. So like with the garden, we're going to get humidity of some kind. And that's going to require us to build a specific way in that area, it's a hazard without running into the issue of like, oh, it's raining, now you have to go hide in your base because it kills everything. The rain, like we're so scaled down that I don't think like one-to-one weather makes as much sense. Or like, oh, there's a windstorm, you're blown off the map, like you're just dead. I don't know how you scale-wise do it. I'm not saying that there's not a way to do it, but I think it causes really, really difficult gameplay issues that I don't necessarily know how you work past, if that makes sense. So instead, you get environmental situations. With all the bottle rockets and caps around, I hope they give us gunpowder. Yeah, I would assume 100% there's gunpowder. I don't think they would add those back into the game without doing it. You just can't get them, and they are harvestable, just not without tier 3. Be all for it. We just have to wait and see. Yeah. Not saying that they can't make those things happen. I just think thematically they cause very difficult design challenges that I don't know how to answer. And then they were very adamant about why the lizard was not added in the first game because of those specific challenges. And then you get to the point of like, how crazy are you willing to go just to do it? Now, you could add in a lizard that, in a similar way to the koi, you could, instead of literally fighting it as a boss, it becomes a colossal in the world, and then you can make armor out of the scales or something like that, similar to the koi scales. Now that, I think, is a more accessible option. You have to pay $10 as an add-on for the new armor. They're just skins. They're not new armor. It's just a visual thing. You can switch between any of them.
Little tight around the muscles.
But yes, it is $39.99 instead of $29.99. But they don't actually do anything whatsoever. You would drown with any type of rain that size. Yeah. That's the struggle of legit weather. Is I don't think the scale makes sense in this game to try to do legit weather. And I think they're doing a really interesting job. That is not hooked to the right thing, is it? I think the way they're doing it is about the best you could hope for to make it make sense still. Section with a sprinkler that warns you it's about to sprinkle some. Yeah, it could work. I mean, they had sprinklers in the first game too, and they decided against adding that. But again, it ends up in the same thing. Is instead of, I guess this is the way I like to think of it. Instead of creating an interesting gameplay, it creates like something. It's not something you have to work around like sizzle or frost, where you're chilling. It becomes, instead of this is an interesting mechanic that I work around, water becomes leave the area. And so it doesn't offer anything interesting except for get out of dodge, which doesn't seem, in terms of payoff for what it would take to add that to the game, it doesn't feel like it adds enough interesting gameplay mechanics to actually be worthwhile. If that makes sense. To do it like sandstorms in Dune. And if you find the right area, there you could make that make sense. I haven't played Dune, so I don't necessarily know exactly what they're like, but I kind of assume. Okay, where... Dude, your wings are driving me insane. God. Put him out of his misery. You get this placed on the right block. I don't think I had it clipped correctly. It was... Actually, I remember it was this thing that was in the way, maybe? One of these triangles was in the way, if I remember correctly. Didn't really keep up with the first one. Shame on me. Yeah, no good. No worries. There's a lot. I have far too many hours in the first one, so I know a lot of this random stuff. This then? Ah. That's much better. Okay, now things are placed correctly. We're good. We're back. It was a bit of a pain, but... And these aren't necessarily... This is just... I'm strictly speaking off of the concept of this is what they said about reasons why they didn't do some of those things in the first game. That has no bearing being in a new engine and being in a park where, obviously, with like Axel's a great example, they are fully willing to push this game to a totally different level than the first game, and they have more capability. And so take everything I say with a grain of salt. I'm just specifically speaking off of how they explained why these things didn't get implemented to the first game, because there was so many people that wanted the lizard and liked the idea of it, but
Didn't even need instructions.
it caused a lot of large, kind of difficult gameplay situations that I don't think they enjoyed, or that I don't think added enough to the game necessarily, if that makes sense. Like, I think if you're going to put effort like that into a gameplay mechanic, it really needs to, like, feel like it has a reason and a purpose that is engaging. It's like the chill and those things are simple. It's not necessarily weather in the sense that everyone wanted, but it adds an interesting, dang it, an interesting gameplay mechanic in a way you can still interact with it without just being forced out of that situation. So I think rain specifically, but there are interesting things where, like, you could be in a garden and there's a mister. That's a way around, like, specifically saying rain. Yeah, the feature needs to add, not subtract from the gameplay. Exactly. And that is where I say, like, as I was saying, the mister is something that makes sense first. I think it makes total sense to have, like, a misting station in a garden. And then a mist has a smaller effect on someone at this scale than an actual rain droplet does. And so that is a way you could work around it and still add it, just maybe not in the same way that people had maybe originally thought. Yeah. Yeah, a feature needs to add a challenge and be fun. Exactly. It has to play both. It has to be, like, strategic. It has to make you play around it without you just avoiding it completely. Okay, that's all looking good. Feels so nice to get that fixed properly. I think we can actually just do this. Like it never happened. Nobody knew. Perks of building on 1,500 different grids. You can break the game and do all the things that it doesn't want you to do. You go to sleep. It's too dark. But I definitely think that still allows for a lot of interpretation of what weather is. humidity is a great example of that. Automatically makes me think of condensation. Things could become slippery, and so it adds an element that we would want with rain. Because, like, what are you getting out of just rain in grounded? Like, what's the purpose of it? Because, like, 90% of games that have rain, it does literally nothing. There's a couple games where it kind of affects the player, and so you can't, like, carry as much or whatever. But the majority of games that have weather don't actually do anything with it. So I think the idea that what we want is we want environmental interactions, which I think you get at the same rate from sizzle, chill, whatever humidity is. I think a slippery effect would make sense with that. I wouldn't be surprised if it had something like it makes surfaces slippery, or it makes you drop your weapon randomly, or things like that. Like it adds a gameplay mechanic that's like, what do I do? I'm burning to death. Well, maybe your armor gets wet and it's weaker or something, and so you have to, like, repair. And those aren't necessarily, like, gameplay mechanics that sound incredibly fun, but they are opportunities, I think. I think there's a lot of opportunities with the idea of wet outside of just rain. And I have to imagine that's sort of how they're thinking through it. Okay, how did I build all this? Oh, there he is. I was like, what the heck? So there's a lot of opportunity with it all. It just might come in a slightly different package than maybe people were originally thinking, I guess. But, I mean, that was like one of the main things I noticed. Everyone, the vast majority of people that said, I want weather, I want rain, they never said why. Like, what is it about rain that intrigues you? What is it about a weather system that is a fun gameplay mechanic? It was just like, add weather. And so I think we're getting the opportunity to get the best of both worlds. Raining in DayZ sucks. You get cold, you catch a cold, then you may or may not die from that cold, then you have to wring out your clothes. Yeah, I would find that as a negative gameplay loop. So you added nothing fun. It's a challenge, but RNG oftentimes is the wrong way to go about stuff like that. So if it's like, yeah, you may or may not die, immediately to me screams that's not how the game should be played. Very quickly go, I'm not a fan of that kind of gameplay mechanic. Because it just kind of adds an unnecessary challenge to be a challenge, I guess is the way I'd put it. Like, it just added it in because, well, we need weather, right? Like, there's just weather. And so instead of making it something that, like, players have to really interact with, it's just kind of like, well, it's a thing. It's in the game. Especially when there's already hunger and thirst. So what are we getting from those next mechanics? Cold to be cold isn't very fun. Whereas, like, the chill area, I have to wear a different type of armor, and it forces me into maybe a slightly different meta than I would be playing with normally. Like, oh, the mage isn't... A lot of people think the mage isn't that great right now. Well, it actually becomes much more useful if you have the specific heat wave in the chill area, because then you're getting the finale warmth as an addition. So it pushes you in maybe a slightly different build direction, which is an interesting gameplay loop overall. But I don't necessarily feel like, it just got cold and now I have to go deal with that. It's like I'm going to go to this area. I need to prepare for it, which is it's a more enjoyable gameplay loop to me. You can punish the player with a feature. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, it has to have a give and take. Like hunger's punishing enough, water is punishing enough, but they can be overcome with proper setup and time invested. You can stack food, you can stack up water, build dew collectors, whatever it is, and whatever the game is. Don't really need weather, but seasons could be cool if done correctly. Yeah, I'd see something like that. It definitely makes it hard. I mean, they've got seasonal events, but they're not necessarily seasons in the sense that they do anything. They're just fun little things added to the game. But then again, seasons are hard because then you're coding in all the grass has to change colors and all the... I guess it creates visually something interesting. But my opinion on features like that is, what are we, the player, getting out of that mechanic? If it's just a visual change, like, time could be better spent somewhere else. It's like, what, the tree changes colors or something? From, like... goes from, I mean, that's a pine tree, so it's always green, but it goes from like this dead looking tree to green. I guess, what are we getting out of that? That's a lot of time coding and fixing things that'll inevitably break for very minimal value. So you want to like have like a multiplicative thing when you add in a mechanic like weather or seasons. They want to do more than just one thing for the game, I think, to be worth the time it takes to add that type of thing into a game. But anything added to a game that's done well can be incredibly fun. So it just becomes, it's not necessarily that, oh, I don't want seasons because it's boring. It's like you really have to put a lot of thought into why seasons would be enjoyable. What about a season is added to the game that an ice cream cart that gives you essentially... The ice cream cart essentially gives you winter. So you get something out of that without, like, making snow everywhere. Because, like, the snow slows you down, or the ice cream and the... Not really snow in the ice cream cart, but it slows you down when you're in there, and the chill slows you down. So they're interesting mechanics, but if the whole map was like that, like... I'm just constantly battling chill all winter, that sounds kind of horrible. And it's like, there's a few games like Don't Starve that the seasons make a lot of sense because it's purely about the survival aspect of the game. And the seasons have these like massive effects and specific bosses that spawn in. And it works in many ways because of the random generation of a map like that, where it's harder on a static map, I think, in some ways, to make it all make sense. Because if winter reacts that way, then I'm just going to go in my base and stay safe under a fire for all of it. A never-melting ice cream cone laying on the ground just doesn't make sense. Yeah, I mean, it has its own things. I mean, they're melting, they're just, yes. The time runs differently in this game, for sure. But I'd prefer a never-melting ice cream cone over being frozen for 30 days in-game, or 20 days in-game, or whatever it is. That look off. There's definitely potential with all of the ideas. It's just like... I can get over the ice cream cone not melting because it's close enough to the ice cream cart that it's still cold, and we're still sitting on that. I'm not necessarily sure. I mean, there's a couple random ice cream cones that I kind of wonder why they even added to the game that are like, wherever they are, they're like substantially further away from the ice cream cart than anything else. Those ones are semi-unnecessary, and I would agree with you on that one, Jeff. There's definitely many different challenges. And there's a huge give and take. I mean, it's like half the there's like 3 different groups of people right now with Axel, the tarantula boss. There's the people that say, this is incredible, a massive boss that pushes the boundaries. The mechanics are going to be super interesting because we're this small little thing and we have to fight this massive tarantula. So the fight, I think, is going to have, in terms of the stages, I think it's going to have really interesting mechanics in how we kill this. I don't think you're just going to sit there and cut it to death. I think you're going to have to fight it very specifically, and it's not like the other bosses that are in the game so far, or in the first game as well, where you just fought the Broodmother. Because of the scale of it, it's going to add in a different type of combat where you're going to have to like knock things down. Maybe you have to attack each one of his legs, and then that crumples him, and then you can only do actual damage when you're hitting on his back. He has a massive like crack in his exoskeleton. And maybe that's the only way you actually like damage this bug. And so you're going to be stunning each of its leg joints, and then that cripples it or something like that. And then there's the other set of people that are like, this is so unrealistic. His feet are spikes. They're not like little paws like tarantulas have. And so you're like, and then the other side is like, it makes absolutely no sense. You could never kill something that big. And so no matter what you do, it's going to have negative side effects in some way, shape, or form. But I guess that's the perk of it being a fantasy game where we're using raw science and we're shrinking people. Like nothing in this is real, so you can kind of go as far as you want. But you want to keep it in a at least semi-believable range, I guess. At the same time, like you can push the boundaries and things can be artistic renditions of things like the feet of the tarantula, not literally being modeled to a T, because the orb weavers are the same way. Orb weavers have little toes, like 2 or 3 little toes, whatever it is. And those aren't modeled into the game, and no one had an issue with those. But now that we have a massive tarantula, that's frustrating people because it's not realistic enough. And so you're never going to please everyone at the end of the day. That's kind of just a struggle in game design in general. Some people are super realistic, some people don't care, and they want the fighting and game and the mechanics that it adds. And it's all based on everyone's own opinion and stuff. You ever play Terra? No, I have never played Terra. Now that they have the party mechanics, they could add optional bosses that require parties to take out in order to take advantage of those mechanics. That could be really interesting. You'd have to make it in a way that's like... It's tough because there are people that just won't have parties ever, and so they'll just be locked out of that content, I guess. Get out of the rock. But I think there's something interesting there that if they could find a way to do it where the fight's better with a party or something, but it doesn't just totally limit certain people from ever doing it, could be interesting. So I think in the boss fight, he may move across spider webs. That's why it's best to take your spider buggy with you. Yeah. Also, I mean, I'm a huge fan of the buggies just because they tank damage and they take aggro from you so you can still heal. And trying to like one-on-one everything makes the fighting exponentially more difficult. Love soloing those fights in Terra. Interesting. Now I'll have to look it up. I've never actually heard of the game. Needs to scale to party size. That could do it too. Yeah, it's tough because the primary player base for Grounded is solo players. So it, like myself as an example, doesn't mean I couldn't play with others, but I tend to prefer solo. Doesn't mean I wouldn't do it in that sense. Oh, that could be kind of cool, like just fill in the bottom. AOC had dungeons that did that. Solo or group was the same difficulty. Could be interesting. There's a lot of things you could do with it for sure. It's an interesting enough gameplay mechanic that I think it would be worth exploring. Also, we'll welcome in MGM. Hope you're having a good night. Everything is just about how you implement it. It could allow us to bring in 2 buggies at once. One could have healing capabilities one day for single player. That could be interesting. A Discord world? No, I do not. Struggle is it's only a 4-player game, so it's always like, how do you not have people fight over who gets to play? Now, in a game like Enshrouded, that's a different story because you play up to like 16 people, so you have a lot more freedom in that sense. Where I would love to do something like that. I actually offered to do a server on Enshrouded, but there just wasn't enough takers. You have to have a lot of people interested to do that. I just don't feel like Grounded specifically is set up well enough to do something like that. I like these. I still have to figure out what do we want to do in the center part. I think what I want to do is in some way, shape, or form kind of mimic, come on, what we did up here. I really, really like how this pattern turned out with the quarter triangle blocks. And so recreating this in some way, shape, or form, I think would be pretty cool for that outer wall. I think it would make sense. Man, it's coming together though. What if I had dedicated servers, but not the way it's set up now? Yeah. Yeah, you really need more. I don't know, to do anything with like as a community thing. You really have to have enough players that like it makes sense. Or the ability to have enough players makes a huge difference in how you can actually do it. Looks amazing, thank you. Let's do this. I think this triangle fits the way I want it to. I guess that'll work.
Didn't even need instructions.
Probably gonna end up changing this. It feels almost too much like a balcony that you can't actually get to. But it looks nice, but I think we could make it better. Look, this dandelion is the perfect spot to look at this. Yeah, and just imagine you're going to have these spires on every corner as we go out, and then we'll have really interesting, unique patterns on these. And then we'll kind of keep integrating on the sides to have more of this like palisade design. It won't be... I think these entrances are going to be a little bit more epic looking. And then the other sides will maybe a little more subdued, just so it's a little more obvious, especially because the entrances are so much lower, so it's harder to integrate that same thing on this side. So we'll see. But it's looking cool. Shroud is a great game, and I love building in it. My only issue with it is the inability to rotate your pieces to a 45-degree angle or anything in between. It's... I guess I would say... could put a stuff bug on it. I was thinking Axle would be funny enough. Like, if we do get a head mount, which I assume we will, we could put Axle in the center, which would be ridiculous, because I assume it's going to be massive. I guess the thing I would say about Enshrouded is you have to think of it based in... I compare everything to Minecraft. Like, when I think Enshrouded, I think the adult version of Minecraft, so you're working with squares, and so you can't break the squares necessarily, But you can build any angle, any circle, any shape you want in Enshrouded. You just have to go above and beyond in terms of the building. So like I was creating some diagonal pieces that I think look really, really cool in Enshrouded. I have a massive city build that we were working on that I took a break on because I was getting a little overwhelmed and I had a bunch of stuff I had to do in life outside of streaming. But if you check out some of my streams, some of the last Enshrouded streams I did, we were building this massive castle, and the front entrance has this like ridiculous, like absolutely ridiculous amount of detail to it, and it's all just using the props, because you can take the props in Enshrouded and you can rotate those any direction, 360 degrees anywhere, up, down, left, right, X, Y, Z axis, anything you want to do. And so I thought of it as you have to build the like staggered walls in the same way that you have to build in Minecraft, but then you use the props to fill those things in. So all my walls that were angles look like this, the decor items. So all the items, there's the fences, the gates, the barrels, all the random items that are in the game that you can place. So how I did angled walls is I built the standard wall kind of like how this would look if you assumed that these are each one block in Enshrouded. And then I used gate pieces to make it look like it's a flat angled wall behind it. And so you do have complete freedom in that game. The hard part is like the angles don't really work. You could do, because they have angled roofs, the way those look, so you could potentially rotate it on its side and you might be able to get away with it. I don't know enough about coding to say that's easy or incredibly difficult to do, and what other issues you run into when you start adding in that option of like the roof blocks but just horizontal instead of like a vertical option. So, but you can get around literally everything with the building with the decor and prop items, because you have complete creative freedom when it comes to those. So where it limits you in some aspects, I've seen people make perfect circles. I've made paths that are like curved paths, like curved stairways using coffin lids that look really, really cool, that I'm a really big fan of. Fill this in, but I don't know if I can. And a lot of the Enshrouded building is anything's possible. How much effort do you want to put in? I think that's the struggle with Enshrouded's building most of the time, is you could do any build known. Creativity is the only thing that's going to hold you back in that game. But creativity and time, I guess, would be a better way to put it. Oh, my pieces. I actually love the building in that game. Don't get me wrong, there are just some areas in the game where rotating a foundation would line up with the landscape better, but it's a small gripe overall. The ability to go underground or build actual scenery is amazing, yeah. And I think that's where a lot of that... What am I doing? A lot of that is just... One, it's early access, so there's still stuff coming in as well. So kind of have to take all that with a grain of salt. Because it's very likely that eventually we do get some of those things. But it's also... You can get away with literally any idea that you want, if you're willing to mess with the props enough. You hype for a dedicated Enshrouded server? Yeah, I mean, if you guys are all... If people join the Discord and start blowing up the Enshrouded, especially with the water update coming in, I fully expect, as long as the actual update for Grounded and the water update for Enshrouded aren't released like the same week, I really want to jump into Enshrouded for a little while and start messing with the water and all the new stuff that they're going to add, because I have so the building in that game is absolutely ridiculous. I don't think there's any other game that even comes close to the potential that Enshrouded has, especially because it's still in early access for a while. In theory, it might be full release at the end of the year, but they might even be longer than that. Currently, I can't play Enshrouded because they have some issues with the game being on a hard drive versus a solid state, and it's not saving the progress. Wonder if you can change like your save location, because like to get resource worlds, I switched from like cloud saves to now it saves directly to my computer. That way I could add in other shared worlds. So I have a resource world. You say I haven't played Enshrouded since the initial launch. Oh, dude, that's the difference. Okay, the previous update made it so all the prop items, other than chairs and beds, have 100% rotation. So you can rotate them on the X, Y, and Z axis. So you can make angles like any angle, literally any angle. You can flip them all around. So if you haven't played Enshrouded since that update, the building is like, it's not even in the same universe. Because I can understand more so where your perspective is coming from if you haven't played since that specific update. Because now you can rotate tables and use them as ramps, and you can like use hand railings and rotate them as like the most ridiculous things. Like there is literally unlimited freedom into how you build the props. Now the build pieces like stone or walls or whatever are still like Minecraft building, so it's just blocks being placed, but the props are so flexible now with the rotation options that it is complete freedom. Contacted the devs, and I guess I am one of the few players that have a broken game unless I move my entire Steam library to an SSD. Dang. Interesting. Also, maybe reach out and see if there's any changes to that as well. I don't know a whole lot about hard drives and all that stuff, so it's a little difficult to me to specifically talk on that point, but oh, my food. I say I wouldn't even, if you haven't played since that specific update, I don't even think the building is in the same universe. It feels like a completely different game with that update. Yeah, exactly, Charles. I would say I don't think any building game even comes remotely close to Enshrouded in terms of pure freedom with that update. Watching the dev updates, they actually mentioned my issue at the bottom of the last set of patch notes. Oh, that means that they're thinking about it at least, so hopefully that means they're working on a fix for you at least. Because yeah, if you haven't played since that update, it like game breaking. Honestly, you should look through the chat if you're not part of the Discord, join the Discord and check out the Enshrouded chat. We have a couple people that have been building in Enshrouded, myself included. There are some ridiculous builds. People like making angel statues with like crazy wings and stuff. There's Joe the Wizard is probably the best Enshrouded builder I've seen to date. He's in the Discord all the time, and he is here every once in a while as well in the streams. He's made like a steampunk ship as well that is like, it's insane. It doesn't even seem possible. And then also, if you haven't checked out the Enshrouded builds in the Discord, they're crazy. Someone built a steampunk whale. That is the craziest build I think I've seen in any game ever. This is what keeps the hope alive. Nice. Reaper, welcome in, man. Thanks for lurking. Appreciate it. Was very excited to see the way the new game works. The fact that your NPCs move around now and sleep in their beds is amazing. You can build a living, breathing city. Yeah, that's what we were doing when I was streaming that. And I do fully plan at some point, since like we're probably not till the end of the year getting the build items I really want in Grounded. So we're probably going to take breaks here and there between updates, depending on, of course, how viewership and all that is. But I would like to start mixing in some other build games, and Enshrouded is really high on the list because like the water update looks mind-blowing. The water looks absolutely insane. I'm really, really excited about that. I just do. And it'll be really fun. I had kind of hit a wall in my building for a little while there, but the water update is going to bring me right back. Have to hit the sack. Love your builds and can't wait to see more. Have a good night. Yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate you hanging out. We will be back Tuesday, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And we might stream more here and there. I might throw in some random days as well, like Fridays or Saturdays and stuff, just depending on how things are going. Especially as I get more excited about this build and other builds and when updates come out. We've been having a lot of fun streaming. We have a lot of new people, so it's been even more fun. But yeah, it's 11, so I'm going to call it here for the night. I appreciate everyone hanging out and chatting with me while I build random, fun, goofy stuff. Once again, if you're not part of the Discord, make sure you join that. We have some really incredible builders. Not just me, there are some awesome, awesome builders in terms of Grounded and other really fun building games as well. Also just a great place to chill and chat if you have questions and everything. But I will be back Tuesday, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time to build more. We'll keep just grinding away on this base as we keep going. But I definitely appreciate everyone hanging out with me and chilling during the streams. It's been a lot of fun. And I will catch you all on the next one. Peace. Oh.